And they're off. Very level beginning. Hustled from the inside is Rise My Guy, back to reality, and now splitting horses is Truly Mischief. Sunyani going to fall behind this trio with Core racing to the outside under a ride. They race within the half-mile pole, and they're still stacked up 3 deep. Truly Mischief and Back to Reality as Rise My Guy takes back into third. Core is moving well on the outside from fourth. He's less than 3 lengths off of the leaders, and the trailer is now Sunyani. The opening quarter was a contested 22 flat, but Truly Mischief has now opened up 2 lengths and moving comfortably. Rise My Guy trying to come back on into second, pass Back to Reality. Core has been 3 wide, and Sunyani trying to wind up. Rise My Guy is going to try and slip up the inside to re-challenge Truly Mischief, but Truly Mischief is finding more. It's Truly Mischief up by 2. The battle is for place. Rise My Guy, Sunyani with a late rally, but they're not going to get to Truly Mischief. Truly Mischief and Edgar Zenteno cruising into the wire for a 2-length score. Rise My Guy held second from Sunyani, then Back to Reality and Core. 5 furlongs and 57 and 3. And they're off. Anarchy out sharply from the inside, goes to the lead with Exceed, 3/4 of a length, now a full length behind in second. Out wide in third is Collaborative, and then it's a gap of 3 more to Far West. Anarchy, all on his own, has already opened up 4 lengths on Exceed as they race into the turn. It's another 2 to Collaborative, and then Far West trails this well spread out group. They're about 8 lengths front to back, this field of 4. Anarchy went the opening quarter in 22 and 1, not asked for anything yet as they reached the quarter pole. He's 5.5 lengths up on Exceed. Collaborative biding his time from third, and it's well back to Far West, but they turn into the drive, and Edgar Zenteno has not moved a muscle on Anarchy. It's Anarchy extending the margin as he pleases within the 8th pole. He's up by 6, now 7. Exceed trying to make a late rally, well back to Collaborative, but nobody's going to touch Anarchy. A much the best performance. Geared Down wins by 3. Exceed was second, then Collaborative and Far West, 5 furlongs, 57 flat. And they're off. Slow out of the gate was Nino de Mama. Screen Legend is showing speed, but between horses, Take My Allowance is rushing up to put the pressure on. Sugar Drop is 3 deep. Nino de Mama right back into contention from the inside. They race within the half-mile pole. The leader is now Take My Allowance, bet down to 1 to 2 as they go into the turn. The lead is now a length. Screen Legend into second. Sugar Drop is third on the outside, and Nino de Mama now 4 lengths off the leader. 23 and 1, a very reasonable opening quarter. 5/16 of a mile left to go, and now Screen Legend has come off the rail to re-challenge Take My Allowance. These two have opened up 5 lengths on Sugar Drop and Nino de Mama. They turn for home. It's a duel between Take My Allowance and Screen Legend. Take My Allowance trying to fight back on the inside, but Screen Legend is going well. Screen Legend now Take My Allowance fighting back. It's these two up by 7. Take My Allowance the inside. Screen Legend battling on, but Take My Allowance is going better. Take My Allowance and Jose Campos win by 1.5. Screen Legend second. Well back to the stablemate Sugar Drop and Nino de Mama. 5/8 in 58 and 3. And they're off. Almasty's Pride out a bit slowly. It's a real tussle for the early lead. Charlita showing speed from the inside, but splitting horses. Linda's Opal also looking clear. Lots of Legacies trying to split them. Wide on the course, Princess O' Denmark in this early tussle for the lead. It's 3 more lengths to Rolling Rocks and Almasty's Pride. They race into the turn just over 3 furlongs to travel. It's Linda's Opal being pressed by Princess O' Denmark. 4 lengths back to Charlita in third, past a quarter in 22 and 3, then Lots of Legacies fourth, Almasty's Pride racing wide, and at the back, Rolling Rocks. A quarter of a mile to travel, it's Linda's Opal, who's opened up 2.5 comfortably on Princess O' Denmark, who's tired. Charlita angles off the inside to try and launch a rally, giving room to Rolling Rocks. Down the stretch they come, there's a furlong to go, and they've got 6 lengths, now 7 to make up on Linda's Opal. Linda's Opal going on to impressive victory. The battle is for second. Charlita and Rolling Rocks rallying up the inside. Geared down at the wire. Linda's Opal, much the best. Linda's Opal by 8, but could have been more. Rolling Rocks for second, then Charlita. A photo for fourth between Princess O' Denmark and Lots of Legacies. 5 furlongs and 59 flat. And they're off. Fulcra broke like a shot from the center of the gate. Tachyon Speed also looking for position. Third along the rail is Robin's Tough Love. Then we have a cluster, a hard-ridden Now You See Me trying to keep up. Always Rosie, and wide on the course, Bamboo's Babe is gaining position. But as they race into the turn at the 3.5 furlong pole, it is Fulcra and Edgar Zenteno up by 2. Tachyon Speed is being joined by Bamboo's Babe, who's on the outside. Hard-ridden from fourth is Robin's Tough Love, with Always Rosie to her outside. In the trailer, Now You See Me. Opening quarter, 22 and 4. It looks like it's going to take some catching of Fulcra. She's up by 2.5 and not asked for anything yet. Bamboo's Babe into second. Tachyon Speed stalling. Need more from Robin's Tough Love. Always Rosie, and nothing yet from Now You See Me. With a furlong to go, it's Fulcra, but here comes Bamboo's Babe down the outside. Fulcra still has a length. Bamboo's Babe is coming. Fulcra on top. Bamboo's Babe, one last surge. Fulcra looking for the wire. Fulcra coming to the wire. Fulcra holds on by a neck. Fulcra, then Bamboo's Babe and a late charging Tachyon Speed. Fourth was Robin's Tough Love. 5 furlongs and 59 and 2. And they're off. Name of the game out sharply from the outside with Amber Light. Along the rail, Ligarazzo looking for the early lead. Sir Maximus had to hit on the brakes. He's sitting in fifth, being passed by DeFogger. Towards the back, Attestation and Grand Spirited. It's a speed duel up front. Name of the game being hounded by Ligarazzo on the outside, but now Name of the Game takes the advantage as they race into the turn. The opening quarter was completed in 22 flat. Amber Light third on the outside of DeFogger trying to gain momentum. Grand Spirited trying to launch a rally. Sir Maximus looks beaten at the 5/16 pole, and the trailer is Attestation. Name of the Game has opened up 5 lengths. He has a quarter of a mile to hold the advantage. Grand Spirited is into second. He's been moving well past Ligarazzo up the inside DeFogger, but they've got a lot of work to do to catch Name of the Game. It's Name of the Game up by 5 with an eighth of a mile to go. Grand Spirited down the outside is the only threat, but Name of the Game still moving well. Name of the Game up by 5. It's Name of the Game and Matthew Dennis going on to a comfortable score. Name of the Game wins by 3.5 at the end. Grand Spirited, then a late charge from Sir Maximus and Attestation. 5.5 in 104 and 2. And they're off. From the center of the gate, Born to Be Good is showing speed with Thunder Heavy Rain. Here comes a rush on the outside from the favorite, Foolish Games. It's going to be Foolish Games leading the way out of the chute. She's up by 2. Thunder Heavy Rain races as a pair with Night Saber. They've opened up 2 on Born to Be Good. Then we have Princess Buchero, Gambler's Pose, and Sweet Serenade races a pair. The trailer is Menagerie. Foolish Games is freewheeling on a 2-length lead. The opening quarter was 22 and 3. Thunder Heavy Rain ahead better than Night Saber. It's a gap of 3 more to Princess Buchero, who's under a ride. Gambler's Pose and Born to Be Good come next. Sweet Serenade 4 deep trying to launch a rally, and it's well back to Menagerie, but they've got a lot of work to do to catch Foolish Games at 1-5. Foolish Games went the half in 45 and 4. There's a quarter of a mile left to go. Thunder Heavy Rain asked for more from second. Night Saber is third. Born to Be Good tips 3 wide to try and launch a rally with Sweet Serenade 4 deep and Gambler's Pose splitting horses. That 5 are all looking well, but they haven't got anywhere close to Foolish Games. Foolish Games is up by 5. Sweet Serenade into second. The duel for third is between Gambler's Pose and Thunder Heavy Rain, but Foolish Games going to be much the best here. Foolish Games and Zarel Ford going on to win by 3. Sweet Serenade second. A late rally for Princess Buchero, 6.5 in 118 flat. And they're off. A clean beginning, showing speed from the outside. Where is Essa? Cost basis also looking for position with My Two Aunt Jones to his outside. Then we have Hixie with Victory March, Valley Victory, and Blue Max in a cluster. It is well back to Scat Factor, who has at least 10 lengths to make up on the leaders. Where is Essa? Now being pressured by cost basis on the inside. My 2 Aunt Jones attending the pace from third. The opening quarter was 22 and 4. Victory March is traveling nicely from the outside in fourth past Valley Victory, Hixie. Blue Max is biding his time and still 8 more lengths to Scat Factor. They race into the sunset turn, 3 furlongs to travel. Where is Essa still maintaining the lead, but here comes Victory March, looming large, 3 wide. My 2 Aunt Jones just put the head in front. The half was 45 flat, cost basis on the inside. Blue Max, not today, he's well back. It is Victory March who's put the head in front of My 2 Aunt Jones, who tries to fight back at the head of the lane. Victory March, My 2 Aunt Jones. Where is Essa clinging to the minor spots with cost basis, but here's Victory March. Victory March, the horse of the year from last year, takes off in the final 16th. Victory March and Ishmael Mascara going to score by 4, going away. My 2 Aunt Jones second. A photo for show between cost basis and Where is Essa, then well back to Blue Max. 1:15 and 3. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fort Erie Racetrack on a beautiful Tuesday afternoon. It's currently 17 degrees Celsius or 64 Fahrenheit. We got a solid wind coming out of the west at 16 miles per hour. That's a headwind down the backstretch. It is a sunny day. Main track is fast, but we are once again off the turf for today's card of racing as we had plenty of rain in the area yesterday. 29 minutes to first post. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing will resume at Fort Erie this Sunday for Father's Day. Post time for Sunday will be at 12:15. And on Father's Day Sunday, we will have vendors on site, the farmers market, and food trucks. Father's Day festivities sponsored by FINA Insurance Solutions. And also on Father's Day, we will have the Ultimate Dad Golf Prize giveaway. Our next free concert will be on Monday, June 30th, featuring The Trip. Admission is free. Wiener Dog races coming back to Fort Erie this summer, Sunday, July 13th. Registration information is available on our website. And if that's not enough dog racing action for you this summer, we will have Basset Hound and Corgi races coming up on August 17th. Fort Foodie Fest makes its return this year, Sunday, July 27th. Don't miss the delicious action. Post time will be 12:15. The 90th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes is coming up on Tuesday, September 9th. New this year on Prince of Wales Day, we will be having a fashion contest. Come out to find out who will be crowned the best dressed at the 90th Prince of Wales. And we want to say a big thank you to Oneida New Holland of Niagara for partnering with us this year. Proud partners, providing us with a new tractor to keep our track safe and sharp. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $12.39 per person. The track pack includes one food item, one drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. We will be having non-winning ticket draws today. Bring your non-winning tickets to the customer service desk to enter for a prize draw. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Pick 5 pools today, guaranteed at $10,000. The Pick 5s kick off in races 1 and 4. Pick 4s guaranteed at $7,500, beginning in races 2 and 5. Jackpot High Five wagering offered in race 8 today. The carryover, $2,840.02. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage are allowed in these areas, and no cannabis is permitted on the property. Coming up next are the changes on today's card. Race 1 is clear, no changes in race 1. In race 2, we have an overweight on the number 4, Always Away. The rider will be 1 pound over at 113. And an overweight on the number 6, Moon Over Egbert, 1 pound over at 121. In race 3, we have an ownership change on the number 6, Nicole's Song. The owner should read Tessa Passero. Race 6 is off the turf. Will now be run at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Sorry, race 4. Race 4 is off the turf, 6 1/2 on the main track. We have a rider change on the number 2, One Hell of a Girl. Make the rider Andre Martin. Take note that number 8, Silent Passion, draws in. In race 5, Vet Scratch the number 7, Ash Carnelli. In race 6, we have an overweight on the number 4, Wolf Beach. The rider will be 3 pounds over at 113. And Vet Scratch the number 5, Silver Pistol. Race 7 is off the turf. Will be run at 5 furlongs over the main track. Overweight on the number 1, Tap Room, 3 pounds over at 113. Steward Scratch the number 2, Naughty and Nice. We have a rider change on the number 6, Night Saber. Make the rider Omar Marino. Overweight on the number 7, Connect It. The rider will be 1 pound over at 121. And take note that main track only, number 8, She's a Darling, will draw in. In race 8, vet scratch the number 1, One More Ring. Back on track for another 8-race Tuesday here at the Border Oval. Off the turf once again. Hopefully next week we'll have our first turf races of the season. But for now, let's take a look at our picks for today's card. Race 1, maiden claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. 5.5 furlongs the distance, going for the claiming price of $4,000 down to $3,750. $10,000 guaranteed. Early pick 5 kicks off here. Field of 5 to open up this Tuesday at Fort Erie. Coming in from Woodbine, the number 2, the Dream Listener for trainer Laura Krausaskaite. Edgar Zenteno has the mount on this Son of Seattle Serenade. The Dream Listener's raced twice at Woodbine, shown speed and come to a stop in the stretch. Now he's plunging down from 10,000 in for 4,000. Hopefully the dirt will help carry his speed a little more. He's got 2 races under his belt. He'll probably come to a crawl in the stretch, but he might just be good enough to hold off the competition. And for second, I'm going with the number 3, Final Run for Love, who took a shot in the Sprint into Summer Cup on opening day. Didn't have the pace to keep up, just not as classy as some of those horses. He was very competitive at this level last year, though, had 3 runner-up finishes to close out the season. Probably wants a little more distance, 6.5 probably more ideal for him, but this isn't much of a group. And in that second start off the layoff, if the speed comes to a stop, he could pick up the pieces. Chris Husband's riding for trainer Bill McMahon. On the outside, number 5, Magical Champagne, raced twice last year, finished 3rd both times, beaten both times by Final Run for Love. Final Run for Love was probably a little more fit at that point, though. Magical Champagne goes for the Cathcart barn, who's had good results in a small number of starters so far at the season. Alexis Sanchez, 5-crown apprentice, has the mount. Race 2, it's a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. We're going 6 furlongs for a claiming price of $6,250 down to $6,000. Field of 6 going to gate to kick off the $7,500 guaranteed early pick 4. I've gone to the inside, number 1, Ser Schoen. Billy Thoreno sending this one down. Ser Schoen won last time out at Woodbine, a 75 non-winners at 2, made the lead and just held off Ontario Holiday. We know Ser Schoen likes the dirt. He was able to win by 6.5 lengths for 12.5 at Gulfstream back in February. I don't see much pace to go with him in this race. Maybe Boston Bay could contest early, but I think Ser Schoen's just a faster horse. Jeffrey Alderson was here on opening day and had fantastic results. 3 wins and 4 starts with a second. I think Ser Schoen set to go gate to wire here. Number 4, Always Away. Kicked off his season in the first race of the meet on opening day. Closed to be second behind He's Fully Loaded for this price. Extra distance definitely benefits Always Away. I think going 6.5 this season, he will have a very nice year. He loves the dirt. I groomed this horse in Florida a couple years ago. He's a nice horse. Gets 10 pounds off with Matthew Dennis taking them out. He had a winner last week with Name of the Game, Always Away. Could be live in his second start off the layoff, especially if the wind knocks down the speed early. On the outside, number 6, Moon Over Egbert, comes down from Woodbine, moves to the barn of trainer Julie Mathis from the Norm McKnight barn. Moon Over Egbert ran a flat race at Woodbine on May 18th, was in Oaklawn, Arkansas this winter, racing well on the dirt, so we know he'll take to the surface and gets big class relief shipping down to Fort Erie. Ishmael Mascara in the saddle. Race 3 is a claiming race. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4, going 6 furlongs for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000. It's another race without a ton of speed. I've gone with the number 3, Getting Ahead. Me and Ashley Mayu very much on the same page here. Getting Ahead going for trainer Jeff Voice, who won with his only starter of the week last week. Getting Ahead, pretty nice mare. 6 top 2 finishes and 9 starts last year. Won a starter optional 12.5 in September. Gets to go for the waiver tag here. And I just think she's going to be the main speed for Ishmael and Jeff Voice. Maybe needs a start off the layoff. That's the only concern. The fitness advantage probably goes to the number 5, Super Cop. Super Cop was claimed for $7,500 by Adamo and Icon Racing Stables. Ran for $15,000 13 days later, stalked the pace and kicked clear to win by 2.5. They claimed her for $75,000, they won for $15,000, and now they're right back in for $8,000. They're actually buying the weight, going for $7,000. They're up money on this horse. Now they got a license to steal. Big concern is if she likes the dirt. The super speedies typically do. Juan Crawford and Adamo have been a very sharp combination so far this season. On the inside, number 1, Hot Omelet, undefeated on the Fort Erie dirt. Went 3 for 3 over the surface last year. Likes going longer, probably a little better than 6, but did win going 6.5, so I can't fault her at the sprint. Has 2 starts at Woodbine, so she should be plenty fit. Hot Omelet would not be a surprise. Cheyenne Kerr in to ride for trainer Josh Robillard. Race 4 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up off the turf. So we're going to go 6.5 on the main track to kick off the late pick 5, $10,000 guaranteed pool. I've gone to the inside, number 1, Super Honey Timber for Mickey Neubauer and Charles Fipke. Kirk Johnson will be in the saddle. Super Honey Timber kicked off her season in the Summer Solstice Cup over 5 furlongs, dropped back to 8th and made a rally to be 4th. Ran a good race, all things considered. Getting out to 6.5, I think, definitely benefits this filly for her second start off the layoff. She ran second to Frackamore, who went on to win a stake when she debuted back in August, so that's a pretty good reference. If there's pace in front of her and it falls apart, I think she will come closing. Number 7, Brilliant Disguise. Raced well at Parks on the dirt this spring. Got beat a nose twice in a row over the Philadelphia dirt. Both going long and short, 7/8 of a mile on April 22nd. Then went to Woodbine, caught a group where I thought she'd be very tough, but just did not fire at all. So they've opted to send her down here to the dirt. Move to the Joe Humber barn. Alexis Sanchez, you get 5 pounds off. We know she likes dirt. Cutting back from mile and a 16th, she might have a fitness edge over a lot of her competition. I think Brilliant Disguise is the horse to beat. Then I've gone with the number 5, Leasiate, who set the pace in the Summer Solstice Cup, but just could not hold off the classy Ruby's Ghost. Could get loose on the lead here, stretching out to 6.5 furlongs, and might find this group just a little bit easier than what she faced last time. Chris Husband's going to ride for trainer George Newland. Race 5 is a claiming race, fillies and mares 3 and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4, 5,000 down to 47.50, 6 furlongs the distance. Number 4, Chrome's Big Break. A little disappointing on opening day, made the lead but just could not sustain the run. Got beat by some good horses though. Traves was a Gulfstream invader. Ash Carnelli scratched here, so that's one less to worry about. Chrome's Big Break was the horse of the year last year. 6 wins at the meet last year. I'm going to forgive that one poor effort. She bounced back from a poor effort last year with a win. If you look at June 25th and July 8th, I think she'll make the lead. Melanie Pinto goes for Pierre Crete. Do not count out Chrome's Big Break. Number 5, Signature Ring, makes her first start of the year. She was claimed by the Mathis barn for Bruno Chickadans for 5,000 at Woodbine in October. Before that, had won 4 in a row over the Fort Erie dirt, albeit against easier company. She has the speed. Terry Husbands and Julie Mathis already teamed up for a win this season. Signature Ring, definitely in with a shot off the layoff. Then the number 6, Taylor Moon, is a new face to Fort Erie. Moves to the barn of trainer Bill McMahon. Ishmael Mascara rides. She was running in tough open races most of the year last year at Woodbine. I know the form wasn't great, but that's much tougher than what she was facing here. We'll see how she likes the dirt in her first start off the bench. Race 6 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. Going 6 furlongs for a claiming price of 8,000 down to 7,000. Field of 7 set to go here. I've gone with another Jeff Boyce trainee, the number 2, Forest Flash, Edgar Zenteno in the saddle. Forest Flash was gelded over the winter. He raced well at Fort Erie on the dirt last year, had a nice win for maiden 8,000, gate to wire, then opened up a huge lead second time out and couldn't sustain that, ended up 3rd. Boston Bay, pretty decent horse, won that race. He's fresh, he's got the speed, he's a gelding, I love that. Zenteno, 4 wins on last week's card. Jeff Boyce, always a dangerous trainer here. I think Forest Flash looks primed for a good effort. Interesting new face to Fort Erie is the seconditis-prone number 3, Star Scholar. Moves to the barn of John Sims. Ishmael Mascara rides this one. Star Scholar, 1 for 34 in his career. The one win came on the turf. He's never run on the dirt. He's been the favorite many times. He loves to find a way to get beat. However, this is big class relief. He was second for 5,000 at the end of the year at Woodbine, second 4 times in 7 starts last year. We know he has good efforts in him. He's been breezing well on the dirt, 48-2 coming into this race on June 3rd. Star Scholar, definitely worth a look. Then on the middle of the gate, the number 4, Wolf Beach. I'm curious about Wolf Beach. He's got 2 seconds on the dirt, but they were as 2-year-olds in New Jersey with very low speed figures. He ran on the Tapeta for 15,000 at Woodbine on May 11th and just ran evenly. Gets big class relief here for 8,000. He probably will shine here at Fort Erie when he gets out to 7 or a mile on the turf. But he has run well on the dirt, albeit against easy company. 10 pounds off with Matthew Dennis in the saddle, George Newland and Lincoln Rodhay team up here. Wolf Beach could be an okay price, might be worth a look. Race 7 is a claiming race, fillies and mares, which have never won 2, off the turf. Going to go 5 furlongs for a claiming price of 8,000 down to 7,000. I'm definitely interested in the number 4, Seguiria, who's racing at Woodbine last year with pretty good form. Shipped up to Woodbine to kick off her season, chased the pace and flattened out. That's a hard thing for a horse to do off the layoff. Train down here, ship up there to run. You don't get to paddock school. There's all kinds of disadvantages to that. She gets easier company here. Mendelssohn, Pioneer of the Nile mare, should like the dirt, has some tactical speed. Juan Crawford teaming up with Sharon Chicado, definitely interested in Seguiria in her second start off the bench. Number 1, Taproom, could be the lone speed here. Taproom won a maiden special weight on the turf last September, made the lead down the backstretch and moved comfortably to the wire. Then dropped in for 4,000 non-winners of 2, made the lead easily, could not hold on, was claimed. The claim got voided by the vet. Now she's had the winner off. Lots of time to reset, 5/8 of a mile. Not a ton of speed in this 5/8 of a mile race. You might get some speed from the outside. She's a darling drawing in here. If Taproom is sound and ready off the layoff, just might be able to go gate to wire. Matthew Dennis riding for trainer Julie Mathis. And speaking of the outside, number 8, She's a Darling, draws in as a main track only. Had a convincing 7-length score against maiden 8,000 claimers in October. Was claimed that day, and that claim got voided by the vet. But again, we've had the winner off, lots of time to reset. 4 breezes coming into this race. Pierre Mailhot and Richard Davis have been a live combo for the last several years here, and this one has speed from the outside. She's a darling. Probably worth a look at the 6-1 morning line. Last race of the day, Jackpot High Five, race 8. 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. 5,000 down to 47.50. 6 furlongs is the distance. Scratch the number 1, 1 more ring. I've gone to the number 7, Commander Joe. Nick Malini Jr., 2 wins last week. Edgar Zenteno, 4 wins last week. Tough to knock that. Commander Joe ran once on the dirt here last year in a pretty salty starter optional claimer in October. Ran 4th, got beat less than 2 lengths. Paperback Hero, Mr. Banjo Man, 4 aces high. That's a killer group of horses to get beat less than 2 lengths by. Lots of works coming into this race. A 5/8 on May 27th, 101 and 4. Commander Joe goes for the waiver tag. Should be fit and ready for his debut for the Malini barn. Number 5, Mia and Me. Ran on opening day in a 5 furlong race. Dropped back to the back of the pack and never really made an impression. But he's got a great record on the Fort Erie dirt. 3 wins in 7 starts and a 3rd. You know he's better than that last race. Probably just needed one to tighten himself up. Gets an extra furlong to work with here. I definitely think Me and Me better than the 10-1 morning line. Amanda Vandermeersch riding for trainer Sharon Chicado. Then the number 2, Fascination Street. Comes out of the same race as Mia and Me. Finished 3rd, but was only a length and a half in front. No. A half length in front of Mia and Me. They were clustered up there in the mid-pack. We know Fascination Street likes the dirt. He was a winner here back in October last year. He's got a little bit of speed from the inside. Juan Crawford riding for trainer Ken Albu. And there you have it, 10 minutes to first post today. Best of luck with all of your wagers and enjoy your day here at Fort Erie Racetrack.
What's up, Fort Erie? Hey, did you know that every time you place a wager at the Fort Erie racetrack, you actually have 2 chances to win? So after you place your wager on the horses, if it's a non-winning ticket, you take it over to customer service, put it in the basket in our non-winning ticket draw, and you might win a bunch of amazing prizes. We got shirts to give away. We have a growler from Silversmith Brewery. You can head over to Silversmith Brewery, get a whole bunch of beers on us. We got awesome hats. We have hats. Look at this awesome hat to celebrate the 90th anniversary of the Prince of Wales Stakes, or everyone's favorite local chef, Matty Matheson, a local legend, best chef in town, one of his cookbooks. You could win this, all kinds of other stuff. Just head over to customer service with your non-winning ticket. The ladies will hook you up with all the details.
We kick off the Tuesday program here with $4,000 maiden claimer set to go 5.5 furlongs here on the main track. And just a field of 5 going postward. And looking at the tote board, I had a feeling that the money would sort itself out. The 2, the Dream Listener, was 7-5 on the morning line. I didn't think he'd go off favored here. And just checking moments ago, the 5, Magical Champagne, is taking the money, was even money just moments ago. That's the direction that I went in. So you look at the Stephen Cathcart runners so far at the start of this meet. They've been off to a good start, a win and a second from those 3 starts. And this is a gelding who, I know he's 5 years old. We saw him twice last year, once on the turf, once on the dirt. Both of those races really respectable. Now, if you want to knock him, Final Run for Love finished in front of him in both of those efforts. But just knowing that the barn's been ready to roll this year off the layoff, I give this one a slight edge. Now, I do think if anyone is going to beat this one, it will be the 3, Final Run for Love, who you can see has his fair share of minor placings, 4 for 8 in the money so far, has done well here over the main track. I guess the concern I have is this horse is needed to have a stronger late turn of foot and hasn't been able to. You look at the race 2 back, 6.5, was closing late, and Cheap Speed was able to get the job done. We'll see how this one fares today. Obviously, I think a difference maker might be Chris Husbands. Maybe we'll get along with this horse a little bit better, but I think if anyone's going to beat Magical Champagne, it's most likely the 3. The 4, Java Power, I do give a look to and underneath in the exotics. The last few, you'd have to draw lines through them, but that was the form up in November and December up at Woodbine. I think it's the earlier form that you see here locally at Fort Erie, where a couple of those efforts at least would suggest this one could get a piece. It was actually a pretty good second against tougher competition the last time we saw this one on the dirt. But for me, it's between the 5 and the 3. And I go to the 5, Magical Champagne, as the top pick. Don't forget, race 1 kicks off the early pick 5 with that $10,000 guarantee and 20-cent minimum base wager. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's first race. Race 1 is a maiden claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. Going for a claiming price of $4,000 down to $3,750. Traveling a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $15,000. Race 1 offers win place show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering, that pool guaranteed, at $10,000. Race 1 post parade, number 1 is Cowboys Sequel. Melanie Pinto rides for owner-trainer Joe Humber. Number 2 is the Dream Listener. Races for Krausaskite Racing Stable and trainer Laura Krausaskite. The rider, Edgar Zenteno. Number 3 is Final Run for Love. Chris Husband's in the saddle for trainer Bill McMahon and owners Janelle McMahon and Amanda Ezra. Number 4 is Java Power. Jeffrey Alderson has the call for trainer Eric Raganoff and owner Donald Hall. And completing the field, number 5 is Magical Champagne. Alexis Sanchez rides. Steve Cathcart trains and part owns in partnership with Joseph Roberto, Guy Robert Blair, and Dan Blair. 2 minutes to post for race 1, $10,000 guaranteed early. Pick 5 begins here. Starting gate taking position. Not much time left to get your race 1 wagers in. $10,000 guaranteed early. Pick 5 begins here. Field for race 1 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Very wide open betting board. 4 of the 5 between 2-1 and 5-2. Slight favoritism on the number 5, Magical Champagne. Kicking off the day with a field of 5, $10,000 guaranteed early. Pick 5 starts here in race 1. First to load is Cowboys Sequel and Melanie Pinto. The Dream Listener and Edgar Zenteno. Gate 2. Final Run for Love and Chris Husbands. Java Power with Jeffrey Alderson. Java Power steps up. Last in will be Magical Champagne and Alexis Sanchez. Breaking through the gate, that is the number 1, Cowboy Sequel. Got loose pre-start, so we will have a delay here. Stand by. And ladies and gentlemen, by order of the stewards, we have a late scratch of the number 1 Cowboy Sequel. Number 1 Cowboy Sequel is a late steward scratch here in the first. Win, play, show, exacta try, double, super, and pick 3 and pick 5 wagers since they begin here will be refunded. Once again, that is a late scratch of the number 1 Cowboy Sequel. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are on the outside rail, we recommend you step back as the loose horse is coming towards us. Once again, late scratch here of the number 1 Cowboy Sequel. Slight delay before the start. And it appears Cowboy Sequel has been apprehended by the Outriders. He will be removed from the track. And the loading process will resume for race 1. And reloading for today's first race, the Dream Listener. The Dream Listener goes up. Final Run for Love. Java Power. And Magical Champagne will complete the quartet. All set. And they're off. The Dream Listener made the lead easily from the inside. Magical Champagne is second, being joined by Java Power between horses, and Final Run for Love attending the early pace from the inside. It's the Dream Listener who has the lead, but now being pressed from the inside by Final Run for Love. Java Power is stalking from the 3-path in third. It's 2 more lengths back to Magical Champagne, who looked like he'd been chasing the pace early, but dropped back. They race into the turn. The opening quarter was a very moderate 23-4. It's the Dream Listener and Edgar Zenteno. They've now opened up a length on Final Run for Love. Now 2. Java Power is third, asked for a little more. Still yet to get going is Magical Champagne. They've just over a quarter mile to go, and the Dream Listener, after taking that early pressure, has opened up 4 lengths. They swing for the drive. He drifts off the inside, but still has a comfortable margin. Final Run for Love tries to rebid up the inside. The half was 47-3. It's the Dream Listener. He's wandering greenly, but nobody's re-challenging. He's got 3.5 lengths to hold off in the final 16th of a mile. It's the Dream Listener. The Dream Listener broke on top, never looked back. It's the Dream Listener and Edgar Zenteno. The Dream Listener by 2. Final Run for Love a game second, then Java Power and Magical Champagne, 5.5 in 107 flat. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is number 2, the Dream Listener. Second is the 3, Final Run for Love. Third, number 4, Java Power, and fourth, number 5, Magical Champagne. Unofficial race 1 order, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's first race, number 2, the Dream Listener. The Dream Listener is a 3-year-old chestnut colt by Seattle Serenade out of Alluring Isle, bred here in Ontario by Derek Chin. Edgar Zenteno picks up where he left off last week. He wins the opener for trainer Laura Krausaskite and her Krausaskite Racing Stables. The Dream Listener goes gate to wire in his Fort Erie debut, completing the 5 1/2 furlongs in a time of 107 flat. Congratulations to the connections of the Dream Listener. Hold all tickets until race 1 is made official. And race 1 is official. The Dream Listener, $830 to win, $490 and $260. Second, number 3, Final Run for Love, $3.50 to place 210. Third, number 4, Java Power, $2.10. $2 Exacta 2-3, $28.70. The $1 Try, 2-3-4, $21.55. $1 Super, 2-3-4-5, $24.85. The winner was claimed. The Dream Listener moves to the barn of owner-trainer Anthony Alderson. And if you're on track with us, we're having non-winning ticket draws. Bring your non-winning tickets to the customer service desk to enter a prize draw. Changes for race 2, we have an overweight on the number 4, Always Away, 1 pound over at 113. And an overweight on the number 6, Moon Over Egbert, 1 pound over at 121. 21 minutes to post.
Well, the morning line favorite in the opener ended up going off at a nice price, returned $8.30 to the win. That's the number 2, the Dream Listener. So if that knocked you out of that early pick 5, you can get involved here in the early pick 4 in race number 2. It's a claiming event for non-winners of 3 lifetime, in for the $6,250 tag at a distance of 6 furlongs. And no shock to see the rail runner in here, Zershun, the favorite. This one for Bill Torenos, a horse that obviously will have to get back onto the dirt for the first time in a little bit. Now, hasn't been too long, though. This horse had dirt experience down at Gulfstream Park, and if you look at the maiden score going 7 ace, this is a horse that was able to take them gate to wire and drew off by 6.5 lengths in the end. Next time out, stayed in for the 12-5 tag while facing winners against non-winners of 2 life. Showed that same speed, but was pressured a little bit earlier in that race, and then you can see faded to 5th. Now, does come in here fresh off a win, another one where this one was able to get to the lead early, and I think the big thing with him is if he gets the lone lead, which on paper at least looks that way, this is a horse that could be very game, so deserves to be the favorite. And you have to give credit also to Jeff Alderson, who's been off to a hot start here, had a nice win not too long ago up at Woodbine with Huntmaster, just riding very, very well right now. So the 1 is the top pick. From here, we'll go to the outside runner, the 6, Moon Over Egbird, who doesn't have dirt experience here at Fort Erie, but does have some races down at Oaklawn Park. And you look at them, and it's a little bit of a mixed bag of apples. You have 2 in the money finishes, a 4th place finish, 2 starts back. But I think the main thing to look at is just Oaklawn Park. Look at the field sizes. They're very competitive events. You do see a lot of horses also drop with the purse money being so lucrative, where an $8,000 claimer or a $10,000 claimer in this case can be very, very tough races. A lot of classier horses than maybe the level suggests. So curious to see this one. First time in the barn now of Julie Mathis. And obviously the workouts, you just see that one published drill. Didn't need a lot of work, as this one last race up at Woodbine on May 18th. And finally, the 4, Always Away. Just second best on opening day in the opener behind He's Fully Loaded, who was fully loaded really early in that race, was able to draw clear and ended up winning there. I thought Always Away, though, really ran a very good race. First time in the barn, first start off the layoff, and was able to close a little bit, and that's sort of been his running style. When you look at his better performances, he is typically rolling late, and I guess the concern in here is how much pace is there really going to be. I think the 1, Zershon, looks to be the controlling speed in here, but if for some reason someone does push the rail runner, I do think the 4, Always Away, will be rolling late. So for me, 1-6-4 here in race 2. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's second race. Race 2 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. Going for a claiming price of $6,250 down to $6,000, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $19,800. Race 2 offers Win Place Show, Exactor, 20-cent try, Double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering, that pool guaranteed at $7,500. Race 2 post parade, number 1 is Sershoen. Jeffrey Alderson riding for trainer Billy Theranos and owner Six Brothers Stable. Number 2 is Santiago Salsa. Andre Martin rides. Howard Keane trains and pardones with Ben Conhai. Number 3, Canadian Daddy. Pierre Mailhot has the call for owner-trainer Barb Bailey. Tony Alderson owns and trains the number 4, Always Away. The rider is Matthew Dennis. Number 5 is Boston Bay, races for Radcliffe Racing Stable and Ken Smith. The rider is Edgar Zenteno. Completing the field, number 6, Moon Over Egbert. Ishmael Mascara pilots for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. $7,500 guaranteed early pick 4 begins here in race 2. Starting gate moving into position. Not much time left to get your early pick 4 wagers in. 6-5 favorite, the number 6, Moon over Egbert. 2-1 support on the number 1, Serchon. And 3-1, now 5-2 on the number 4, Always Away. Last call to get your race 2 wagers in. They'll be heading to post shortly. Race 2 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. First to come up, the Woodbine shipper, Serchon, with Jeffrey Alderson. Santiago Salsa, Andre Martin making his Fort Erie debut. Canadian Daddy, the gray, with Pierre Mailhot. Always Away and Matthew Dennis to gate 4. Boston Bay, Edgar Zenteno won the opener. Last in will be the 3-2 favorite, Moon over Egbert, with Ishmael Mascara. Still waiting on Moon over Egbert. They've backed out Canadian Daddy. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch being announced here for the first time by order of the commission veterinarian. Scratch the number 3, Canadian Daddy. Take out number 3. Win, play, show, exact or try, superfecta wagers, and double beginning in race 2 on the number 3, Canadian Daddy, will be refunded. If you are live to Canadian Daddy in any pick 3, pick 4 wagers, pick 5s, you will inherit the post-time favorite. Consolation double will be paid. Once again, that is a late vet scratch of the number 3, Canadian Daddy. Slight delay before the start of today's second race. And start to reload here in race 2. First up, Serchon. Gate 2 for Santiago Salsa. Always Away, a slight favorite at 7-5. Boston Bay. Last in, Moon over Egbert. All set. And they're off. Very level beginning. Boston Bay showing speed, but from the inside, Serchon is skipping clear to the early lead. It's going to be Serchon and Jeffrey Alderson to make the pace. Moon over Egbert is into second on the outside. Boston Bay races as a pair with Always Away, just 1.5 off the leaders. Then it's a gap of 3 to the early trailer, Santiago Salsa. Midway down the backstretch, just over a half mile to travel, and Serchon looks like he's setting a comfortable fraction, 22-3 for that first quarter. They race into the turn. It's Serchon being pressed now by Moon over Egbert. Always Away is racing from third on the inside of Boston Bay, then well back to Santiago Salsa. The top 4 are clustered up by 3 lengths, and Moon over Egbert has moved comfortably to take the lead from Serchon. Always Away is angling off the fence, looking to start a rally with Boston Bay 3 deep. Santiago Salsa yet to tack on. They swing for the drive. It is Moon over Egbert and Ishmael Mascara up by 3. Always Away is into second past a tired Serchon. Always Away down the outside, getting to Moon over Egbert. These two are drawing away from the rest. It's Always Away on the outside. Moon over Egbert tries to dig back in. Always Away has the lead. Always Away going clear in the final 16th. It's Always Away a length over Moon over Egbert. Well back to Boston Bay, then Santiago Salsa. 6 furlongs in 1:10-4. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 4, Always Away. Second is the 6, Moon over Egbert. Third, number 4, Boston Bay. And fourth, number 2, Santiago Salsa. Unofficial race 2 order, 4-6-5-2. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's second race, number 4, Always Away. Always Away is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Kozan out of Sense Wen, bred in Florida by Ken Doyen. Ridden to victory today by apprentice Matthew Dennis, Always Away is owned and trained by Tony Alderson. Always Away rallies to his third lifetime win in 22 starts, completing the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:10-4. Congratulations to the connections of Always Away. Hold all tickets until race 2 is made official. Race 2 is now official. Prices are up, always away, returns 470 to win, 240 and 210. Second is the 6, Moon over Egbert, 250 to place, 210. Third, number 5, Boston Bay, 330 to show. $2 exacta 4-6, $9. The $1 try 465, 1145. $1 super 4652, $62 even. $2 double 24, $27 even, and the consolation double with the late scratch number 3, 670. Couple of claims out of race 2. The number 1, Sershone, claimed by Robert and Nancy Warner, moves to the barn of trainer Robert Warner. And also claimed the number 6, Moon over Egbert, claimed by Lincoln Rodhay, moves to the barn of trainer George Newland. Race 3 changes. We have an ownership change on the number 6, Nicole's Song. Make the owner Tessa Passero, 17 minutes to post.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPI Bet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
Race 3 up next, $8,000 claimers here, fillies and mares going postward at the 6 furlong distance on the main track. And we're going to kick things off here with the 3 getting ahead, who I didn't think we'd get anywhere near the 5-1 morning line. And when this horse opened up at 2-1, it wasn't a shock. And I will say, when you watch her here in the walking ring, she is getting a little full of herself, but this is going to be her first start now as a 5-year-old mare, and her first start since joining the barn of Jeff Voice, who's so far 1 for 1 at the meet. And kind of just looking at her behavior, just feeling good. I'm not too worried about it. And I think the thing that I really love about her is her local performances here at Fort Erie. She has been a menace. She's been very tough on the front end in her races. She's very quick, but she doesn't necessarily need the lead to win. She's been very comfortable in the past, rating with a target or 2 in front of her, and has been able to run them down late. So for me, is the top pick in here Ismael Mosquera riding for these connections. The 5 Super Cop. This one's second off the claim now for Icon Racing and Tony Adamo, and a horse that obviously was able to win first off the claim and did it well. Now you're seeing this one in the entry box 17, 18 days later. Not a concern at all. And actually only claimed this one for $7,500 and jumped up last time out. And this horse was against the $14,000, $15,000 claimers. Now the question for this one will be the dirt. She's a 6-year-old mare. She's yet to race on the dirt, but from a pedigree standpoint, she should just be fine in here. She's by super speedy. These horses really do take to the dirt. The mare is by Officer. I think there's a lot of dirt pedigree here. And last time out, you can see showed a little bit more speed than usual. Juan Crawford, very familiar with this mare. So I think, you know, for me, it's the 3 and the 5s were standouts. Now, outside of this, the number 1 Hot Omelet, this one for Josh Robillard. Not been in the barn too long this time around. Had been in the barn in the past. These last 2 starts, though, she has finished 4th and 5th most recently. And the level of competition last time out was much tougher than she's going to face today. He's going to get back to the dirt, and you look at the dirt here, she is undefeated here on the main track. She's shown a little bit of speed in those races. I guess the concern would be 6 furlongs today. Is that really what she wants to do? She might want to go longer than that. She's had success here at 1 1/16, 6.5, and 1 70 yards. So I do think this is a little bit of a starting point. I will use her underneath the exotics, but I do expect her to take a big step forward off of this effort. And if you're not going to bet on her today, I think she's a horse that you certainly have to look at next time out. But was torn between the 3 getting ahead and the 5 Super Cop. And go to the 3 here in the barn of Jeff Voice for the first time. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's third race. Race 3 is a claiming race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2025 or which have never won 4 races. Going for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $22,200. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 3 post parade, number 1 is Hot Omelet. Cheyenne Kerr rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owners Hoi Wing Ip and Michael Chung. Number 2, Thunder Heavy Rain. Chris Husbands in the saddle for trainer George Newland and owner Dwayne Newsom. Away from parade, number 3 is Getting Ahead. Ishmael Mascara has the call for trainer Jeff Boyce, who owns in partnership with Herb McGurr Jr. and Greg Atho. Lindsay Hode owns and trains the number 4, Doodle Dandy. The rider is Amanda Vandermeersch. Number 5 is Super Cop. Juan Crawford riding for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Completing the field, number 6, Nicole Song. Alexis Sanchez riding for trainer Joe Humber and owner Tessa Pissarro. Not too much time to get your race 3 wagers in. Starting gate moving into position. Not much time left to get your race 3 wagers in. Field for race 3 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 3-5 favorite, the number 5, Super Cop, making her 40 debut. 7-2 support on the 1, Hot Omelet, and 3-1 on the number 3, Getting Ahead. First up, Hot Omelet with Cheyenne Kerr. Thunder Heavy Rain and Chris Husbands. Getting Ahead with Ishmael Mascara. Doodle Dandy with Amanda Vandermeersch. 4-5 on Super Cop with Juan Crawford. Last in, Nicole Song with Alexis Sanchez. Nicole Song steps up. We're all set. And they're off. Very clean beginning. Super Cop showing speed from the center of the gate. It's Getting Ahead. Getting Ahead will be the early pace setter. Super Cop second on the outside. Racing as a pair, it's Hot Omelet and Nicole Song. 2 lengths better than Thunder Heavy Rain, and then 4 more to Doodle Dandy, who has 8 to make up on the leader. Getting Ahead and Ishmael Mascara have the early lead with just over a half mile to travel. Second on the outside is Super Cop with Hot Omelet attending from the rail. They went the opening quarter in 22 and 4. 2.5 lengths back to Nicole Song, who's racing on the outside of Thunder Heavy Rain, and well back to Doodle Dandy. She's lost ground as they go into the turn. 5/16 of a mile left to travel. It's Getting Ahead. She's opened up 1.5. Super Cop ridden along, asked for some more from second. Hot Omelet 2.5 lengths off the leaders from third. Nicole Song tries to gather momentum as they pass the half in 46 and 1, but as they swing for the drive, it's Getting Ahead. Getting Ahead has opened up 2.5. Super Cop is trying. Hot Omelet swung to the far outside, but they're not gaining any ground on Getting Ahead. Getting Ahead is up by 4, getting away from them in the final 16th of a mile. Super Cop going to be second, then Hot Omelet, but down to the wire, this is all Getting Ahead. Getting Ahead by 2, Super Cop, Hot Omelet. A photo for fourth between Thunder Heavy Rain and Nicole Song. 6 furlongs in 1:11 and 2. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 3, Getting Ahead. Second is the 5, Super Cop. Third, number 1, Hot Omelet. And fourth, number 2, Thunder Heavy Rain. Unofficial race 3 order, 3-5-1-2. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 3, Getting Ahead. Getting Ahead is a 5-year-old bay mare by Super Speedy out of Another Channel, bred here in Ontario by Jay Coughlin. Ridden to victory today by Ishmael Mascara. Getting Ahead is trained by Jeff Boyce, who owns in partnership with Herb McGurr Jr. and Greg Atho. Getting Ahead kicks off the season with a win, her 5th win in 20 career starts. Gate to wire, 6 furlongs in a time of 1:11 and 2. Congratulations to the connections of Getting Ahead. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. And race 3 is now official. Prices are up. Getting Ahead, 710 to win, 270 and 210. Second, number 5, Super Cop, 220 to place 210. Third, number 1, Hot Omelet, 210 to show. $2 exacta, 3.5, 10.10. The $1 try, 3.51, 8.20. $1 super, 3.5, 1.2, 21.60. $2 double, 4.3, 17.10. And the $1 pick 3, 66.35. On screen now, the 4th place photo from race 3. We had a claim out of the 3rd race, the number 5, Super Cop, claimed by Eleanor Tanguzzo, goes to the barn of trainer Joe Humber. Father's Day coming up this Sunday. We will be racing here at Fort Erie. Post time will be 12:15. Vendors will be on site, as will be the farmers market and food trucks. Father's Day Sunday, sponsored by FINA Insurance Solutions. And if you didn't have enough reasons to come out for Father's Day, we will be giving away the Ultimate Dad Golf Prize. If your dad is a golfer, be sure to come out on Sunday. And a reminder, there will be no racing on Monday or Tuesday next week. Racing will only be on Sunday coming up. Race 4 changes. We are off the turf. Race 4 will now be contested at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. We have a rider change on the number 2, One Hell of a Girl. Make the rider Andre Martin. Take note that the number 8, Silent Passion, draws in as a main track only. 17 minutes to post. Fort Erie Racetrack is proud to partner with Oneida New Holland of Niagara. New Holland has graciously donated a new tractor to the racetrack this season, keeping our racetrack safe and looking sharp.
Race 4 is a maiden special weight event that was originally carded for the turf course at about 7 furlongs, moves to the main track at 6.5 furlongs. This is for fillies and mares, and don't see any scratches out of the main body of the field, but you do see that the 8 Silent Passion and a main track only entered is actually going to enter. So we go from 7 horses to having 8 here in the upcoming 4th, and it's an interesting group. I feel like some of these horses, they might have wanted to try the turf, but they should be just fine on the dirt. And we'll kick it off here with the 6 Justify Perfection. 4-year-old daughter of Justify, now in the barn of Mickey Neubauer after racing in 2024 in the barn of Dallas Stewart. Was 5th on debut, you can see, and the subsequent starts after that has yet to finish in the money. 0 for 3 so far, but they tried different things. Sprinting twice on the dirt, and in between there, they did try going longer on the turf at about a mile there at the fairgrounds. And just have to think this is some class relief. Beautiful pedigree here, and you know, Mickey Neubauer, in terms of the work that she does with these new horses, she does very, very well. And this is a horse that has a slew of workouts, some of them a little bit quicker than the others. May 27th, a really nice drill, 48-2. And physically, she's comparable to her stablemate. I probably prefer her stablemate a little bit in here, Super Honey Timber, but by no means does this daughter of Justify look bad. She looks very good when she was getting saddled. She was well behaved. She looked great on the walkover, and I think it's a little telling Melanie Pinto is aboard this one, and we saw here on opening day how that worked out when Super Honey Timber participated in the Summer Solstice Cup. She was 4th. The winner was piloted by Melanie Pinto and was able to win their Ruby's Go. So 6 gets the check mark in terms of the top selection. The horse to her outside, another nice pedigree here, a 3-year-old daughter of Quality Road, now in the barn of Joe Humber, and this is the 7 Brilliant Disguise. We look at the 2 dirt races, most recent dirt races down at Parks, 2 and 3 starts back, pretty competitive. This one was game towards the front end. Now, I think the main thing to note, both of those races were going longer. One was 7 furlongs, one was 1.70 miles, and the fractions early, they weren't all that quick, especially in the 2-turn event, but have to think the level at Parks has been respectable. They weren't the biggest of fields, and from a buyer speed figure perspective, she fits right in here, very close to the 6 Justify Perfection and the 1 Super Honey Timber. So we'll see what she can do. She's going to get Alexis Sanchez aboard in her debut, and can understand why they entered her on the turf to try something new, but she's not one that I would shy away with getting back onto the dirt. And from here, it's a little wide open. The 1 Super Honey Timber could obviously get a piece. Figure that she'll be closing from off of it. I think when you look at her in comparison to the debut, the extra furlong and a half should help her. I just went with a little bit of a better price. I looked at the number 4 in here, Impeccable Timing, who she is an 0 for 13 maiden. I understand that she's going to need pace help, but I just looked at some of her races and thought maybe I could use her in here. I think when you kind of looked at her, she would probably prefer the grass. So I do think the dirt is a little bit of a concern for her overall. I think if this was on the turf, I would use her a little bit higher. But for me, really torn between the 6 and the 7 for the top spot, and go to the 6 just to 5 perfection. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's fourth race. Race 4 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. We're off the turf, so race 4 will now be run at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. We're competing for a purse of $21,600. Race 4 offers Win Place Show, Exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering. That pool guaranteed at $10,000. Race 4 Post Parade, number 1 is Super Honey Timber. Kirk Johnson riding for trainer Mickey Neubauer and owner Charles Fipke. Number 2 is One Hell of a Girl. Andre Martin picks up the mount for trainer Lauren Spada and owners Craig Spada and Rick Crispy. Number 3 is Daisy Crest racing for Even Steven Stables Limited. Ishmael Mascara riding for trainer Roy Agostino. Also from the barn of Roy Agostino is the number 4, Impeccable Timing. Juan Crawford riding for trainer Michael Bellissimo. Number 5 is Leasy 8. Chris Husbands rides for trainer George Newland and owner Dwayne Newsom. Number 6 is Justify Perfection. Melanie Pinto in the saddle for trainer Mickey Neubauer and owner Charles Fipke. We'll come back to the 7. Number 8 is Silent Passion. Edgar Zenteno riding for trainer Nick Malini Jr. and owner Pasquale Saiva. And on screen now, number 7, Brilliant Disguise. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer Joe Humber and owners Glenn Sakura, Mario Serrani, and Dylan Sakura. $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5 begins here. Field for race 4 heading into the chute. Not too much time left to get your late pick 5 wagers in. 3 to 5 favorite, the number 7, Brilliant Disguise. Field of 8 to kick off the late pick 5. Off the turf here in race 4. Race 4 field heading behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Still 3-5 on the number 7, Brilliant Disguise, making her Fort Erie debut. First to load, number 1, Super Honey Timber, one of 2 for Mickey Neubauer and Charles Fipke. One Hell of a Girl and Andre Martin to gate 2. Super Honey Timber still not quite in. Goes up. One Hell of a Girl in next. The Gray Mare, Daisy Crest with Ishmael Mascara, looking for back-to-back wins on the program. Stablemate Impeccable Timing and Juan Crawford. Leasiate and Chris Husbands, gate 5. Justify Perfection, the daughter of Justify with Melanie Pinto. Still 3-5 on Brilliant Disguise with Alexis Sanchez. Last up will be Silent Passion with Edgar Zenteno. All set. And they're off. From the center of the gate, Leasiate is showing speed. Brilliant Disguise on the outside and One Hell of a Girl, all vying for early position. Silent Passion is racing in 4th on the outside of Justify Perfection. 2 lengths back to her stablemate, Super Honey Timber, who's got 2 beaten, the stablemate's Impeccable Timing, and Daisy Crest. Leasiate is now opened up 1.5 on One Hell of a Girl. Brilliant Disguise after the sharp start is back to 3rd, now 4th, as Justify Perfection moves up the inside. The opening quarter was 23-1. Less than a half mile to go. Racing in 5th on the outside is Silent Passion. Then Super Honey Timber asked for more. Daisy Crest getting going 3 wide, and the new trailer is Impeccable Timing. Less than 3 furlongs to travel. It's Leasiate on a 2-length lead. Brilliant Disguise moving well in 2nd, inching closer. Well under a hold in 3rd is Justify Perfection, and Silent Passion is 4th. 47 flat to the half. They swing for home. They've yet to reel in Leasiate, but Brilliant Disguise is right there and trying to split horses is Justify Perfection. Leasiate is lugging in, and that gives the lead to Brilliant Disguise. It's Brilliant Disguise splitting horses. Justify Perfection. Justify Perfection. Brilliant Disguise trying to dig in. Brilliant Disguise clinging to the lead, looking for the wire. Brilliant Disguise holds on. Justify Perfection 2nd, then Leasiate and Silent Passion 6.5 in 118-2. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 7, Brilliant Disguise. 2nd is the 6, Justify Perfection. 3rd, number 5, Leasiate, and 4th, number 8, Silent Passion. Unofficial race 4 order, 7-6-5-8. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's fourth race, number 7, Brilliant Disguise. Brilliant Disguise is a 3-year-old bay filly by Quality Road out of Ellen Vannon, bred here in Ontario by Hillendale Farms, Serrani and Farish. Ridden to victory today by apprentice Alexis Sanchez, Brilliant Disguise is trained by Joe Humber for owners Glenn Sakura, Mario Serrani, and Dylan Sakura. Brilliant Disguise pounces in the stretch and proves best, completing the 6 1/2 furlongs in a time of 1:18 and 2. Congratulations to the connections of Brilliant Disguise. Hold all tickets until race 4 is made official. And race 4 is now official. Prices are up. Brilliant Disguise returns $5.90 to win, $4.60 and $2.10. Second is the 6, Justify Perfection, $4.60 to place, $3.10. Third, number 5, Leasy 8, $2.80 to show. $2 Exacta, 7.6, $27.10. The $1 Try, 7.65, $49.50. $1 Super, 7.658, $196.25. $2 Double, 3.7, $27.40. $1 Pick 3, $37.70. Wiener Dog Races Fan Favorite Day is coming back to Fort Erie this summer, Sunday, July 13th. Registration details are available on our website. And for more dog racing action, Sunday, August 17th will feature the Basset Hound and Corgi races. Race 5 coming up in 17 minutes. Vet scratch the number 7, Ashkar Nelly. Take out the 7.
Half of our races are done. Still 4 more to go, which means it's late pick 4 time. Race number 5, a 6-furlong event for the fillies and mares in for the $5,000 tag. And kind of looking at the complexion of this race, I'm going to start with the number 5 in here, Signature Ring. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Signature Red, who's 4 for 7 in her career, and she either wins or she's not there at all, as you can see from her record. Now, she did have one start late in the season after racing at Fort Erie up at Woodbine, where she showed that early speed and she faltered, but I'm going to attribute that to a couple of things. Mainly the surface up at Woodbine. I think when you look at her on the dirt, she prefers the dirt. And if she can get an uncontested lead, she could be tough. Will that happen here? I don't know. I think there's plenty of other speed in here, especially the horse to her inside, Chrome's Big Break, who could pressure her early. But I have to say, looking at her, she's really filled out a bunch. She's a very big filly. She's been a little quirky here and on her toes, so curious to see how she'll be once she gets the tack on. But looks tremendous physically and certainly is feeling good. So Signature Ring, the top pick. Look at the number 3, Orbiting the Sky next. This one now in the barn of Josh Robillard. Has a couple of races under her belt now in 2025, 3 to be exact. And I do like that she's coming in here off the best of those 3. A 3rd place finish where she was able to close from off the pace in there. I think a lot had to do with the fractions. When you look at the 5-ace race that she had to participate in on April 20th, you're not closing at 48 3 to the half in a 5-furlong drill. So I think when you look at the fact that last time out in the 6-furlong distance, she got some more pace, it helped her. And that's going to be the question in here. For her, I think the speed duel that could be happening between the 4 and the 5 really might help her chances. So I use her underneath in the 2nd spot. And finally, the one, Creative Performance. I'm convinced that she is better than she's shown this year. This is going to be my final try with her in terms of using her. She got off at big prices in those 2, but you look at the winner last time out, Traverse, much the best. I think that group of 5,000, I would say, is tougher than the 5,000 that she faces. Now, she's going to make that 3rd start off the layoff. She could have some upside, and I think when you dig through her past performances, she had a really tough campaign last year. She raced 18 times. That's why I think she needed a couple of races to get back into it. And some of her best performances last year, I think, looking at how she fared, she was 2 lengths behind Signature Ring last time they met several starts ago. But I think she can rekindle some of that form, and she could at least get a piece in here, what I think should be an okay price. But for me, the 5 ends up being the top pick, Signature Ring for Julie Mathis. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 5th race. Race 5 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2025, or which have never won 4 races. We're going for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Traveling a distance of 6 furlongs and competing for a purse of $15,750. Race 5 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. That pool guaranteed at $7,500. Race 5 Post Parade, number 1 is Creative Performance. Pierre Mailhot rides for owner-trainer John Sims. Number 2 is Mimi's Holiday. Amanda Vandermeersch has the call for trainer Ken Smith and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 3 is Orbiting the Sky. Races for Gage Travis, ridden by Juan Crawford for trainer Josh Robillard. Number 4 is Chrome's Big Break. Melanie Pinto rides for owner-trainer Pierre Crete. Away from parade, number 5 is Signature Ring. Terry Husbands rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Completing the field, number 6 is Taylor Moon. Ishmael Mascara rides for trainer Bill McMahon and owner Janelle McMahon. Scratch the 7, 2 minutes to post. For race 5, late pick 4 wagering kicks off here. Starting gate moving into position. Not much time left to get your race 5 wagers in. Current favorite at 8-5 is the number 4, Chrome's Big Break. $7,500 guaranteed late pick 4 begins here. Field for race 5 behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Favoritism still tight between the 4, Chrome's Big Break, and the 5, Signature Ring. First up will be Creative Performance and Pierre Mailhot. Taylor Moon is already in with Ishmael Mascara. Mimi's Holiday with Amanda Vandermeersch. Orbiting the Sky with Juan Crawford. Chrome's Big Break with Melanie Pinto. Last in will be Signature Ring and Terry Husbands. All set. Taylor Moon has broke through the gate. Stand by. And Taylor Moon, quickly apprehended by the Outriders, heading back to the starting gate. And ladies and gentlemen, by order of the Commission Veterinarian, we have a late scratch here in the 5th race. Take out the number 6, Taylor Moon. Win, play, show, exactor, try, superfecta wagers on Taylor Moon will be refunded. There will be a consolation double paid. If you were live to Taylor Moon in any pick 3, pick 4, or pick 5 wagers, you will inherit the post-time favorite. Once again, that's a late scratch of the number 6, Taylor Moon. Slight delay before the start of today's 5th race. And most of the field is still in the starting gate. The only one who needs to reload is the number 5, Signature Ring. Currently the even money favorite. Signature Ring steps in and we're all set. Take 2. And they're off. Mimi's Holiday out slowly. Chrome's Big Break showing speed from the center with Signature Ring on the outside. Third along the rail is Creative Performance, now being passed by Orbiting the Sky, and then 3 more lengths to Mimi's Holiday. From the outside, Signature Ring has managed to outsprint Chrome's Big Break. It's Signature Ring up by a length, Chrome's Big Break being joined by Orbiting the Sky, who's come off the fence and now joining the leader, giving Chrome's Big Break a stalking position as they pass the quarter in 23 seconds flat. 4 more lengths back to Creative Performance, who's hustled along from 4th, still trailing is Mimi's Holiday. 3 furlongs left to travel. Signature Ring has repelled the bid of Orbiting the Sky, who's under a ride. Chrome's Big Break trying to rebid from 3rd. 2.5 more to Creative Performance, and Mimi's Holiday still at the back. The field of 5 is well spread out as they reach the quarter pole. Signature Ring still moving well on the lead. Chrome's Big Break slips up the rail and now angles out to come into second as they pass the half in 46 and 4. It's Signature Ring still on top, but Chrome's Big Break trying to make a race of it from the back. Creative Performance. Signature Ring clinging to the lead, but Chrome's Big Break puts the head in front. It's Chrome's Big Break and Melanie Pinto. Signature Ring tries to dig back in. Chrome's Big Break with a short lead. Signature Ring dead game down to the wire. That's a photo. Photo finish between Chrome's Big Break and Signature Ring. A late rally for show from Mimi's Holiday and then Creative Performance. 6 furlongs and 113 flat. In the photo, it's the number 5 Signature Ring over the 4 Chrome's Big Break. What a nail biter. Third, number 2 Mimi's Holiday. Fourth, number 1 Creative Performance. Unofficial race 5 order 5-4-2-1. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 5th race, number 5, Signature Ring. Signature Ring is a 4-year-old bay filly by Signature Red out of She's a Ringer, bred here in Ontario by Colebrook Farms. Ridden to victory today by Terry Husbands, Signature Ring is trained by Julie Mathis for Bruno Chickadans. 5 wins and 8 starts, all 5 wins coming here on the Fort Erie Dirt. Signature Ring shows the speed and holds on, digging back in to complete the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:13 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Signature Ring. Hold all tickets. Never mind, race 5 is official. Prices are up. Signature Ring returns $4.10 to win, $2.40 and $2.20. Second is the 4, Chrome's Big Break, $2.50 to place, $2.20. Third, number 2, Mimi's Holiday, $3 to show. $2 exacta, 5-4, $8 even. The $1 try, 5-4-2, $16.50. $1 super, 5421, 3780. $2 double, 75, 2310. Consolation double with the late scratch number 6, 730. $1 pick 3, 4410. The $1 early pick 4, $108, 45 cents. And the $1 early pick 5, $466, 60 cents. On screen now, the win photo from race 5. Save the date, the 90th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes is coming up on Tuesday, September 9th. And new this year for Prince of Wales Day, we will be having a fashion contest. Come on out to see who will be crowned the best dressed at the 90th Prince of Wales. Fort Erie Racetrack is proud to partner with Oneida New Holland of Niagara. New Holland providing Fort Erie with a new tractor for our track maintenance this season. We are very grateful for their partnership. Race 6 is coming up in 18 minutes. We have an overweight on the number 4, Wolf Beach, 3 pounds over at 113. Vet scratch the number 5, Silver Pistol.
Race 6 up next, an $8,000 claiming event. Non-winners of 2 life. 6 furlongs is the distance here on the main track. We do have a scratch of the number 5. Which leaves us with a field of 6, and it's an interesting mix. We have some horses returning to Fort Erie. We have some fresh faces as well, and I'll go to a fresh face in terms of the top spot. I'll go to the number 6, Forest Woodsman, who I just got a good look at this 4-year-old gelding. He's beautiful. He's very tall. He's got a big barrel on him. He enters this race off his first performance of the year, which was a 7th place effort while in for 7,500 up at Woodbine. And I think looking at him, I have no reservations about him switching over to the dirt. His dirt works, they haven't been the speediest, but obviously he's got that race under his belt, and he has a fair bit of early speed, which I do think will serve him well here over the main track. And Terry Husband's booked to ride. Just got off a fresh win in race number 5 with Signature Ring. Now, start with Forest Woodsman. Another horse that I'll look at is the other Forest horse in here, the 2 Forest Flash, who we were able to see here a couple times last year. And in the first start, really didn't handle the turf course all that well here, but was in that event for 4,000, was picked out of that race by Jeff Voice, and was able to come back next time in for 7,000 on the dirt and win. Was able to take them gate to wire. Now, in the following start, this horse had to go a little bit longer. Had to go from 6 to 6.5. Showed that early speed once again, but just went too quick. Went quicker fractions, at least to the half, in comparison to the prior race. Had to go longer, and then obviously was just 3rd best in there. Failed as the favorite. You can see now listed as a gelding for the first time. Now you just wonder kind of if the time did this one well, getting some time off. And Jeff Voice came into today 1 for 1, now 2 for 2 at the meet, as he won an earlier race today with a mare that we saw with a really big effort in front end fashion. So Forest Flash has some early speed as well, and I think that's kind of what it comes down to here with the 6 and the 2. Now a little bit of a price underneath. This horse is going to take some love off the morning line, but the 7 Lonrose Gamble, a horse that kind of impressed me a little bit last year, got a really nice price on this one back on August 5th in a race that was carted for the turf. Moved to the main track at 6.5, and I thought this horse looked very comfortable sitting just off of it. Made a late run, drew clear by 3 lengths at 22 to 1, and you can see tried the dirt several times after that, and has a 4th place finish, which actually bumped up to 3rd in there after Le Grand Garçon was disqualified. And I think in terms of running style, as we saw in that most recent start, and kind of look at some of the dirt starts, I think Lonrose Gamble wants to sit just off of it. Maybe have a target or 2 in front and then try to make a late run. And I do like the outer post for this one today for Lonrose Gamble. I do think that gives Kirk Johnson some options, right, to play the break, get this horse in a good rhythm early, and maybe not go to the lead, but also not be dead last in this group. So I think the post will really help Lonrose Gamble, and maybe can try to get in here for a little bit of an upset and more value than the other runners that I mentioned. But curious to see how the 6 Forest Woodsman will do now in that first local appearance at the Fort. Good luck.
field is making their way on track for today's sixth race. Race 6 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. Going for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $22,200. Race 6 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and the final 20-cent pick 3 on today's card. Race 6 post parade number 1 is Miss D's Pride. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Howard Keene and owner Six Brothers Stable. Number 2 is Forest Flash. Edgar Zenteno riding. Jeff Voice trains and part owns with Herb McGurr Jr. and Greg Atho. Number 3 is Star Scholar. Ishmael Mascara riding for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. Number 4 is Wolf Beach. Races for Lincoln Rodhay. Matthew Dennis rides for trainer George Newland. Scratch to 5. Number 6 is Forest Woodsman. Terry Husbands in the saddle for trainer Danny Wills and owner Jeannie Ryan. Completing the field, number 7, Lawn Rose Gamble. Kirk Johnson has the call for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Born to Run Racing Stables. 3 minutes to post. Now 2 minutes till race 6. Starting gate moving into position. Not much time left to get your race 6 wagers in. Current favorite at 2-1. A new face to Fort Erie, number 3, Star Scholar. Final pick 3 of the day here in race 6. Field for race 6 behind the starting gate. It is now post time. First to come up is Miss D's Pride with Juan Crawford. Forest Flash with Edgar Zenteno. Star Scholar at 2-1 with Ishmael Mascara. Wolf Beach with Matthew Dennis. Forest Woodsman with Terry Husbands. Last in will be Lawn Rose Gamble and Kirk Johnson. All set. And they're off. Forest Flash out sharply from the inside. Forest Woodsman also looking for position. Along the inside from third is Miss D's Pride. Then we have Star Scholar racing as a pair with Wolf Beach. 3 more lengths to the trailer, Lawn Rose Gamble. Down the backstretch they go, 4.5 furlongs left to travel. It's Forest Flash, who's a length on top. Forest Woodsman racing in tandem with Miss D's Pride, 2 lengths better than the pair of Star Scholar and Wolf Beach. 5 more lengths to Lawn Rose Gamble at the back. They race into the turn. The opening quarter was a quick 22-2, but Forest Flash still looks to be moving comfortably. He's opened up 2.5, now 3 lengths. Forest Woodsman is second as Miss D's Pride drops the anchor. Star Scholar angles to the outside, trying to launch a rally. A length and a half better than Wolf Beach, and Lawn Rose Gamble tries to get going from the back. 45-3 to the half. They turn for home, and it's Forest Flash. He's yet to be asked. Zenteno takes a look behind and sees Star Scholar the only threat. It's Forest Flash on top. Star Scholar coming with a late rally, well back to Wolf Beach. It's still Forest Flash maintaining the lead. Star Scholar with one last push, a 16th of a mile to get there. Forest Flash on top, clinging to the lead. Forest Flash holds on. Forest Flash a half length better than Star Scholar, then Wolf Beach and Lawn Rose Gamble. 6 furlongs and 111 flat. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 2, Forest Flash. Second is the 3, Star Scholar. Third, number 4, Wolf Beach. And fourth, number 7, Lawn Rose Gamble. Unofficial race 6 order, 2, 3, 4, 7. Race 6 is now official. Now returning to the winner's circle, the official winner of today's 6th race, number 2, Forest Flash. Forest Flash is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Super Speedy out of Forest Love, bred here in Ontario by John Carey. A riding double on the card for Edgar Zenteno, also a double for the trainer Jeff Voice and the ownership group of Jeff Voice, Herb McGurr Jr., and Greg Atto. Forest Flash goes gate to wire as a first-time gelding, holding on and completing the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:11 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Forest Flash. Race 6 prices will be up shortly. Forest Flash pays $630 to win, $340 and $250. Second, number 3, Star Scholar, $370 to place, $250. Third, number 4, Wolf Beach, $240 to show. $2 exacta, 2-3, 22.20. The $1 try, 2-3-4, 29.55. $1 super, 2-3-4-7, 64.65. $2 double, 5-2, 19.10. And the $1 pick 3, 50.45. Coming up on Monday, June 30th, we will have a concert featuring the trip. As always, admission is free. And be sure to come on out for Fort Foodie Fest, July 27th. Don't miss the delicious action. Races start at 12:15. Race 7 is off the turf. Will now be run at 5 furlongs over the main track. We have an overweight on the number 1, Tap Room, 3 pounds over at 113. Steward scratch the number 2, Naughty and Nice. Rider change on the number 6, Night Saber, make the rider Omar Marino. Overweight on the number 7, Connect It, 1 pound over at 121. And take note, main track only, number 8, She's a Darling, draws in. 16 minutes to post for race 7. Fort Erie Racetrack is proud to partner with Oneida New Holland of Niagara. We want to thank New Holland for providing us with a new tractor for our track maintenance this season.
Race 7 kicks off the final double on the program. It was originally carded for 5 furlongs on the turf. It moves to the main track at 5 furlongs for fillies and mares, an $8,000 claiming event specifically for horses that have not won 2 races in their career. And this is one where we do get the 2 scratched in here, but the 8, She's a Darling, does draw in as the only main track only runner in this field. And kind of looking at this field, I'm still going to stick with my top pick regardless of the surface. That's the number 1, Tap Room. This one for Julie Mathis. Was able to finish 3rd last time out when we saw this one back in October of 2024. And look down the page. I mean, this is just a filly that shows a ton of early foot, draws the rail in here. And I think from a figure standpoint, she's one of the better, more consistent ones here. Like I said, I don't think it's going to be an issue getting back onto the dirt. We've seen the dirt performances, 2 of them in particular, both here at Fort Erie, one over the wet going, and then more recently did fail as the favorite, but that was over fast footing. So Taproom ends up being the top pick. The 8, She's a Darling, I mentioned, does draw in here. She graduated very nicely last time out. It was when she cut back from distance from 1.70 miles, around 2 turns to 6.5, that she was able to excel. And I think it's just because she has one sort of way of going to this point. She likes to be somewhat forward, and she does draw the outside in here. I think she's just the type of filly you need to let her do things on her own terms. So if she wants to go, maybe Pierre Mailhot or let her go. Otherwise, she'll be pretty close to the action. And as I mentioned, she was really able to step up last time when she was in for the tag. She was voided in that event when she was a 7-length winner. And now you can see both of her dirt starts have been 2 of her better performances, but don't let that fool you. She has figures in the past that are very, very competitive, much higher than the 36s that she received here over the main track. And finally, the 4 is going to round out my top 3 in here, a Daughter of Mendelssohn, who was 7th in her first try of the year, but different surface. I was going 6 furlongs over the Tapeta up at Woodbine while in for 7,000, and this is going to be a softer group that she's going to face. And I find her races 3 and 4 back to be pretty intriguing. Those were back in the fall up at Woodbine, where she was getting some nice trips, and I know her last 2 aren't her best, but I really think she can take a big step forward here. And we'll see if the dirt can wake her up, as it's going to be her first attempt over the surface. She does get 1 Crawford as well, but to me, the one at Tap Room will probably try to steal this one on the front end. We'll see if this Daughter of Tapiture can do that. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 7th race. Race 7 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. Going for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000. We are off the turf, so race 7 will now be contested at 5 furlongs over the main track, competing for a purse of $22,200. Race 7 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Race 7 post parade, number 1 is Tap Room. Matthew Dennis rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Scratch the 2. Number 3 is Misty Point. Alexis Sanchez has the call for trainer Sharon Chicato, who owns in partnership with Jim Batir and Michael Thomas Green. Also from the barn of Sharon Chicato is the number 4, Seguiria. Juan Crawford rides. Sharon Chicato owns with Vino Bahari. Number 5 is Wiccan Sense. Chris Husbands rides. Michael Bennett trains and part owns with a partner. Number 6 is Night Saber, races for Jennifer Gutierrez. Omar Marino picks up the mount for trainer Barb Bailey. Number 7 is Connect It. Ishmael Mascara riding for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Gage Travis. Completing the field, number 8, She's a Darling. Pierre Mailhot rides. Richard Davis trains and part owns with Trevor Shand, Gerard Catalano, and Victor Nazo. 1 minute to post for race 7, late double wagering offered here. And we have 2 winners of the non-winning ticket prize draw to announce. Could Greta Arbeck and Jim Wabernickel please report to customer service to collect your prizes? That's Greta Arbeck and Jim Wabernickel. Congratulations, you are the winners of the non-winning ticket prize draw. Please head down to customer service. Starting gate moving into position. Not much time left to get your race 7 wagers in. Field for race 7 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Co-favorites at 9-5 are the 1 Tap Room and the 4 Sigiriya. Off the turf to kick off the late double on this Tuesday here at the Border Oval. First in is Tap Room with Matthew Dennis. Taproom was a bit reluctant to go in, but almost set. Misty Point and Alexis Sanchez. Misty Point also reluctant to load. Goes up. Sigiriya with Juan Crawford. Sigiriya steps up. Wiccan Sense with Chris Husbands. Night Saber makes her Fort Erie debut with Omar Marino. Connect It with Ishmael Mascara. Last in will be She's a Darling and Pierre Mailhot. Still waiting on She's a Darling, who's about 3/4 in. Now up. All set. And they're off. Taproom broke sharply from the inside. Sigiriya splitting horses for early position with Misty Point. Deep on the course, here come both She's a Darling and Night Saber. Well back to Wiccan Sense, and the trailer is Connect It. Taproom leads the way as they race into the turn, now being pressed a little bit by Misty Point. Sigiriya's 3 deep. 5 wide, She's a Darling is making a rush into the contention with Night Saber splitting horses. It's 7 lengths back to Connect It, and Wiccan Sense trails the field. 23 flat for the opening quarter. It's Taproom, who's opened up 2.5. Misty Point trying to find more from second. Sigiriya third along the rail, ridden along, and She's a Darling is fourth. They swing for the drive, and it's still Taproom on top. Taproom has a 2-length lead. Seguria going to try and rally up the rail, and Misty Point is coming down the outside. Taproom still has the lead, but here's Misty Point and Seguria. The Chicago stablemates are swarming Taproom. Misty Point puts the head in front. Seguria, a late rally. Misty Point, Seguria. Misty Point prevails. It's Misty Point by a half. Seguria second, then Taproom and Night Saber. 5 furlongs and a minute flat. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 3, Misty Point. Second is the 4, Seguria. Third, number 1, Taproom. And fourth, number 6, Night Saber. Unofficial race 7 order, 3, 4, 1, 6. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 7th race, number 3, Misty Point. Misty Point is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by point of entry out of Awesome Mariner, bred here in Ontario by Ben Hutzel. A riding double on the card for Alexis Sanchez. Misty Point is trained by Sharon Chicotto, who owns in partnership with Jim Batir and Michael Thomas Green. Second lifetime win in 5 starts for Misty Point. She completes the 5 furlongs in a time of 1 minute flat. Congratulations to the connections of Misty Point. Hold all tickets until race 7 is made official. It's official. Prices are up. Misty Point at 15 to 1 returns 32.30 to win, 12.90 and 6.50. Second, number 4, Seguria, 3.40 to place, 2.30. Third, number 1, Taproom, 2.40 to show. $2 exacta, 3.4, 95.40. The $1 try, 3.41, $145.95. $1 super, 3.416, $337 even. $2 double, 2.3, 46.70. And the $1 pick 3, 98.35. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Race 8 changes. We have a vet scratch of the number 1, one more ring, take out the 1. 18 minutes to post, jackpot high five wagering offered here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch to announce for the first time here by order of the stewards. Take out the number 2, Fascination Street. Fascination Street, a late steward scratch here in the 8th race. Win, play, show, exactor, try, super, and high five wagers on Fascination Street will be refunded. There'll be a consolation double paid. And if you're alive to Fascination Street in any pick 3, pick 4, or pick 5 wagers, you will inherit the post-time favorite. Once again, a late steward scratch of the number 2, Fascination Street, here in race 8, 16 minutes to post.
Race 8 rounds out the program, a $5,000 claim event set to go 6 furlongs here on the main track. And unfortunately, on the way over, there is a late scratch at the 2, Fascination Street, which was my top pick in here. So now I deflect to the number 7, Commander Joe, as the top pick. This one for Nick Maloney Jr., first start in the barn. Now the first start of 2025, previously trained by John Ross. You can see this horse, in terms of consistency, hasn't been the most consistent, but does have some races to maybe go back to. I think when you look at the races 3 and 5 back, you wonder a little bit about Commander Joe, and now going to get on the dirt for just the second time in his career. The effort 3 back was here locally against starter optional claiming competition. This is a horse that tried to rally from off of it, only missed by less than 2 lengths in there, length and 3/4 to be exact. And you think when you look at the horses in there, just a tougher group than he faces today. So this is a barn that does extremely well with their new acquisitions, whether it's off a trainer switch, first off the claim, it really doesn't matter. One to always watch, and Edgar Zenteno off to a great start here at the meet. A good day today as well. So Commander Joe, the top pick, the 5, Me and Me, an opening day in that nightcap. I was all over Me and just didn't fire the race that I expected that he would. And maybe he did need a race off the freshening. A horse that you can see progressively got a little bit better with each and every start last year. Just didn't trip outright. I thought that this horse, in terms of how he broke, he typically wants to be a little bit closer to it. Not necessarily has to be on the lead, but maybe 3 lengths off of it at most. And it was just a bigger field. I just don't think the trip worked out for him. I like that Amanda Vandermeer is booked to ride him once again, knows this gelding really well, and I think we're going to see something different today. Obviously, gets a little bit of a shorter field than last time out, but I think that one race is just going to take some of the kind of return to the races jitters away from this gelding, and that he will be able to take a big step forward here. So he is my second selection. Outside of this, I thought it was really wide open. Some horses to maybe look at. I looked at Brady O'Brady, a horse that is just such a fun 11-year-old to watch. He always fires his races. He didn't fire in that return to the races, also exits that same race as Me and Me. But I just had reservations about him against this group. I think this group's a little bit tougher than some of the things that he faced last year. So ultimately, I'm going to go for the 3rd spot with the 6 Strong Ending, a former horse of the year here at Fort Erie, who tried last year to get a win. He was 5 for 8 in the money. He just could not find the winner's circle, and he was very game. Now, he can be a handy horse, whether it's a 1-turn distance, 6 furlongs, or stretching all the way out to 1 mile and 70 yards. And we'll see what he's able to do first off the layoff. I think he's probably going to need a race, but I think kind of where he started last year, he started in way deeper waters than he is starting this year. So I think his owner and trainer, Richie Davis, has him well spotted for his return. It will just come down to trip for him. He's another one that I think Me and Me and the 6 Strong Ending, they should get similar trips. But ultimately, with the scratch of the 2, Fascination Street, I'm left with the 7, Commander Joe, as the top pick. Good luck here in the nightcap.
Field for Race 8 is making their way on track. Race 8 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2025 or which have never won 4 races. We're going for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $15,750. Race 8 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high-five wagering. The carryover, $2,840. Race 8 Post Parade, scratch numbers 1 and 2. Leading parade number 3, Dragon's Brew. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Michael Bellissimo. Number 4 is Mobilizer. Pierre Mailhot rides for owner-trainer Howard Keene. Number 5 is Mia and Me. Amanda Vandermeersch rides. Sharon Chicotto trains and pardons with Jim Vatier and Michael Thomas Green. Number 6 is Strong Ending. Ishmael Mascara riding for trainer Richard Davis, who owns in partnership with Trevor Shand. Nick Malini Jr. owns and trains the number 7 Commander Joe. The rider is Edgar Zenteno. Number 8 is Brady O'Brady. Chris Husbands riding for trainer Ken Smith and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Last of parade number 9, Mr. Mystiques. Terry Husbands riding for trainer Joan Mitchell, who owns in partnership with David Weingarten. 1 minute to post for the nightcap jackpot high-five wagering offered here. Starting gate is taking position. Not much time left to get your race 8 wagers in. Jackpot high five offered here. 8-5 favorite, the number 7, Commander Joe. 5-2 support on the number 5, Mia and Me. Last call. To get your race 8 wagers in, they are heading to post. Field for race 8 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Set to begin loading for the nightcap. First up, Dragon's Brew with Kirk Johnson. Mobilizer with Pierre Mailhot. Mia and Me with Amanda Vandermeersch. Strong Ending with Ishmael Mascara. Strong Ending hesitant. Goes up. Commander Joe at 3-2. Edgar Zenteno looking for his third win of the day. The 11-year-old Brady O'Brady and Chris Husbands. Last in will be Mr. Meeseeks with Terry Husbands. All set for the nightcap. And they're off. Dragon's Brew broke slowly. Hustled for speed from the inside is Mobilizer. Strong Ending splitting horses. Between them, Mia and Me trying to take back to a stalking position. Commander Joe is gaining ground 3 deep with Brady O'Brady to his outside. The trailing duo are Dragon's Brew and at the back, Mr. Meeseeks. Mobilizer is up 1.5 as they roll down the backstretch, but Commander Joe is gaining ground with every stride and now puts the head in front. The quarter was 22-2. Brady O'Brady stalks from the outside in third with Strong Ending fourth. 2 more to Mia and Me pushed for a little more. Dragon's Brew saves ground and Mr. Meeseeks tries to re-rally. They race within the 3 furlong pole and now Commander Joe at 3-5 is a clear leader. Brady O'Brady comes into second past Mobilizer. Mia and Me trying to wind up past Strong Ending with Mr. Meeseeks wide on the course. Nothing yet from Dragon's Brew. 45-4 to the half. It's Brady O'Brady trying to take on Commander Joe. These two have opened up 6 on the competition. Commander Joe fighting on the inside, but Brady O'Brady is right there. Mia and Me and Strong Ending battling for the minors. Commander Joe now going better than Brady O'Brady. It's Commander Joe. Commander Joe gives Edgar Zenteno his third win on the day. Brady O'Brady second, Strong Ending then Mia and Me and Mr. Meeseeks. 6 furlongs in 1:10-4. Unofficial in race 8, the winner is number 7, Commander Joe. Second is the 8, Brady O'Brady. Third, number 6, Strong Ending. Fourth, number 5, Mia and Me. Fifth for the jackpot high five, number 9, Mr. Meeseeks. Unofficial race 8 order, 78659. And race 8 is official. Now returning to the winner's circle, the official winner of today's 8th race, number 7, Commander Joe. Commander Joe is a 7-year-old chestnut horse by Giant Gizmo out of Blonde Miss, bred here in Ontario by Philip and Donna Healy. 3 wins on the day for jockey Edgar Zenteno. Commander Joe is owned and trained by Nick Malini Jr. 4th win in 35 starts for Commander Joe. He proves best in a stretch battle to complete the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:10:4. Congratulations to the connections of Commander Joe. Race 8 is official. Commander Joe returns 340 to win, 260 and 210. Second, number 8, Brady O'Brady, 1030 to place, 430. Third, number 6, Strong Ending, 260 to show. $2 exacta, 7-8, $28 even. The $1 try, 7-8-6, 36.55. $1 super, 7-8-6-5, 79.10. The $1 high five, 7-8-6-5-9, $996.25. The carryover into Sunday's card will be $4,057.45. $2 double, 3-7, $121 even. The consolation double onto the late scratch number 2, 36.60. $1 pick 3, $99.80. $1 late pick 4, $250.70. And the $1 late pick 5, $1,091.55. Jackpot High Five carryover is growing. Sunday's carryover will be $4,057.45. Check out our website, FortErieRacing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing will be back on Sunday for Father's Day, special post time, 12:15 this Sunday. Our next free concert will be Monday, June 30th, featuring The Trip. As always, admission is free. The dogs are coming back to Fort Erie this summer. Wiener Dog Races, a fan favorite day, happening on Sunday, July 13th. Registration details available on our website. And more dog action coming to the Border Oval on Sunday, August 17th, featuring the Basset Hound and Corgi races. Fort Foodie Fest returns on Sunday, July 27th. Don't miss the delicious action starting at noon. And once again, we want to say thank you to our partners, Oneida New Holland of Niagara, who provided us with a new tractor for the season here at Fort Erie. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. And that concludes the Tuesday action here from Fort Erie Racetrack. We want to thank everybody for joining us here today. A very solid card, despite some hiccups with late scratches. We will be back on Sunday for Father's Day. Sure to be a great crowd on hand on Sunday. A couple of cup stakes for your enjoyment on Father's Day. So we hope to see everyone here on a beautiful Sunday. From all of us here at Fort Erie, enjoy the rest of your Tuesday night and have a safe drive home.